Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We are on day 8 of the Karen Reed retrial. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. It's great to have you here. Court has not started yet. We are still looking at Celine Dion. Today we'll continue the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. Alan Jackson said he had a couple of more hours for her. And then Brendan said, depending on what comes out in cross, probably about 20 minutes. So we've got, I'm guessing, about 3 more hours of Jim McCabe. Because I have a feeling that Brennan is going to go longer than 20 minutes. StreamYard. What is StreamYard? You have to show people my screen. Thank you. Jeez.
Before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see Mr. folks.
Great. Right out of the gate, we got to sign. Yes. So I made a post yesterday, and there were some good points that came up. And I made a post because I was like, if I don't write this down right now. Babe said she told the 911 operator, man on the lawn, because she wanted to get out just the basic facts so they could get here as quickly as possible. And Ian Runkle, who I adore, I just love that man. Somebody there? 2 words. Cop down. That's all she would have had to say, and they would have been right there. Cop down. Never once did she say cop. If she had said cop, right there, as soon as possible, they would have been right there. That's all. Oh no. My nail dryer just died. That was weird. Well, it worked a minute ago and now it has stopped again. What is going on? There must be a short in the cord. There's a short in the cord. Hey, Robbie. How did it get paused? I don't know what they're talking about. Another thing that Peter's not Peter Tragos, he didn't say this, but someone in the chat mentioned it, and I thought, oh my God, yes. You got commotion on the lawn. You have a dead guy on the lawn. No one is coming out of the house. It's dark. There's not a sound. You know they have a dog, but the dog is not barking. Aren't you going to wonder? And she called her sister, and her sister didn't answer the phone. Aren't you going to wonder if there's like an axe murder or something that killed everybody in the house and the guy in the yard? And you're just going to walk into the dark, quiet house when there's a dead guy on the lawn and all that commotion on the lawn and no one's coming out? Aren't you going to think, well, maybe they're dead too? I never thought of that before. But that's what somebody in Peter's chat said. And I was like, oh my God, that makes perfect sense. That would be a perfectly logical thing to think. There's a dead guy in your yard and you're not coming out with all the commotion in the yard. Like, where are you? Are you dead too? But she knew they weren't. She just went barging into the house with no care, no qualms at all about there could be an intruder in the house. Whoever killed the guy on the lawn.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
While we're here, they just sat back down. That's not while you're here. That's like when your husband comes to bed and he's all comfortable, and then you say, will you please go get me a glass of water? Before you get settled, honey, will you go get me a glass of water? I just got comfortable. And yes, I have been known to do that to my husband. Honey, go get me a bottle of water. Go get a bottle of water out of the fridge.
I do. Thank you, Chrissy.
I also do. You forgot to turn out the light. You're closer to it. Yeah, but you're the one that forgot to turn it off.
Margaret, did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori.
Now they're going to make the same mistake they made yesterday.
Thanks, Paul.
Hey, Jill.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
You will be heard.
For the
You will
record,
not
before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
being heard and being
All
listened
right.
to. are
Good
two
morning
different
again,
things.
counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmative.
Hey, Robbie, are you
You're
afraid
also
of
able to
clowns?
Follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no, it should be ahead. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, you passed the triplet test.
Good morning.
No, I
All right,
thought
Mr.
about that
Jackson,
after
whenever
I
you're
sent
ready.
you that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right.
Saw it. She
I just
saw
want
it.
to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole.
Another accent.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25. One to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No problem.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting, I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Would you refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from?
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would you refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same here.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period.
No, thanks.
Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023
The R
was
in the word
you saw the
saw.
SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello.
I wonder if she's seen the Saw movies. I wonder if they call them the Saw movies. Why is there an R in Saw?
Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
I feel the same way about goats. When I was a little girl, we went to Busch Gardens and a goat tried to eat my dress. Yes, my mom made me wear a dress to Busch Gardens. She dressed me like a little doll. And a goat tried to eat my dress. It was a little frilly dress. I'm serious. My mom dressed me like a doll. And I've been terrified of goats ever since.
You've been asked about first thing in the morning when you received that at 4:53 a.m. call. There at that, as a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince, it was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay. Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jill. Your comments just can't stay up forever.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hang on a minute. Stupid StreamYard. They knocked off my audio again. Peter Tragos had Mark Betterow on his show yesterday, and they were talking about Judge Canoni and how inappropriate she is, like how she asks questions of the witnesses and stuff instead of just sustained, overruled, and then sitting back and letting the lawyer's lawyer like she's supposed to. And yesterday when she said, it's 227 pages long, and Judge Canoni said, I'm not going to let her read that. What she should have done was take a break, let the jury go, and then let her read all 227 pages. But she didn't. But she should have. It was inappropriate for her to say that, and that she said a lot of things that are inappropriate for her to say or do. And I tend to agree. I don't like her style of judging.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is that fresh recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
And they also
Yes. Okay.
said
You told
when
Trooper
they
Prince
do
that you
this,
had a
it
conversation.
they don't have to remember on cross, they don't have to remember saying it. You've shown them, because on cross you're trying to impeach them. So you've shown them that they did in fact say it. They don't have to remember that they said it. You've got it right there in their face in black and white that they said it. That's all you need to do is show the jury that they did say it. They don't have to remember that they said it. So on cross, when you're refreshing a memory, you don't have to refresh a memory. All you have to show is that it's a prior inconsistent statement.
On Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
So that was on Peter. Yes, Wednesday, Peter kept saying but I've got a big surprise for you guys. And I was like, okay, I like surprises, but don't tell me in advance that I have a surprise coming, because then I hate it. I want to know now. Surprise me now. Don't tell me I have a surprise coming. But he did deliver. He absolutely delivered. But it was really interesting listening to Mark Betterow. So you guys should go check that out, because he said a lot of things. Like, so many lawyers have been saying, when she's like, I'll allow it, people are like, well, what do you think about that? And a lot of lawyers have said, well, that's just her style. She does that instead of saying overruled, which is basically the same thing. But Mark Betterow said, like, her actually turning to the witness and asking the witness the question, like, she shouldn't do that. That's not a judge's role. And it's wrong for her to do that. That's not the judge's place. But she needs to let the attorneys do it, and then she just needs to be neutral. And she's obviously.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct? Trooper Prince said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
Which day? What are we talking about?
That's 2022.
Words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, telling the grand jurors under questioning that you spoke with Karen?
I spoke with Karen Reed. I don't at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, say to the grand jurors,
Asking me.
whom did you attempt to communicate with the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I know the answer to the question, my exact words on that day.
I didn't.
Well, then answer the question.
Okay, go ahead and answer that, Commissioner. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 20th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been in multiple places. To pinpoint conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Well, that's what he's asking you, stupid.
Tell Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh? I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection? Look at the transcript.
I'll look at it. Yes.
She wants her story straight because she can't remember all her lies. That's why she wants to see what she said. Because she can't remember all her lies. I hope that's as obvious to the jury as it is to us.
Okay,
May I approach?
Yes.
thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes,
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Well, then just answer it the same.
Finish? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed at any time. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty.
I agree.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of the statements, didn't you?
I'm sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Oh!
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
All right, AJ. Move on.
No, not at all.
Move on.
Later that morning of January 29th, by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Just say yes.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually it was, I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told her house to go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no? No,
I don't need to see the report now.
because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he had come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
See, I got a problem here. I got a big problem here. They're trying to say that Proctor screwed this up so bad he got fired. Yet he also wants to prove that she, among other people, told Proctor things that he wrote down that they're now lying about. So Proctor's reports are now more credible than what the witness on the stand is saying. You can't have it both ways. Did he write things down correctly for this, but he was wrong on the other stuff? How is he going to reconcile that? Like, you have to believe his reports, but he screwed everything else up. How are they going to iron that out? Oh, are they going up the sidebar? I didn't even need to pause it. You can't have it both ways. Like, is Proctor a screw up or not? Yeah, he is. So if they start talking about Proctor as the screw up, the jury's going to go, oh, well, it doesn't matter what the reports say. He screwed everything up.
Morning at my house.
you, Miss, while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That
She noticed on the drive back to One Meadows.
my husband yelled out that we should.
That story. What you told him was, she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Sustained.
Meadows would have been ish later, 35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Sorry, guys. I don't even know what happened. I wasn't doing anything. It just crashed for no reason.
Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him on that, during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Do I need to jump through this screen and do a Vulcan mind meld and say, remember?
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked.
That is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it. Correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes? Look at his notes.
So ask it differently.
That taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today.
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
You want to get down off the stand faster? Cooperate, woman.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying, are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. Had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
I would
In
love
the days following January, were you and your family coordinating your versions of it occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian. Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
Right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brown, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure.
An extra copy, so she has one and you have
I'll just
one,
do
Mr.
that.
Jackson.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see your sidebar for a minute about this?
Oh, we're all caught up to live now. Joy. Um, Ian heard something on the 911 call that I did not catch because it was really, really hard to hear. But when the 911 operator asked how long he had been out in the snow, Jen said he got out of the car a couple hours ago. What car is she talking about? Because she said she never saw him get out of Karen's car, and that was more than a couple of hours ago. Because she's calling 911 at what, 6 a.m.? And the last time she supposedly sees Karen's car is at 12:45. That's more than a couple hours. Despite the fact that she couldn't have seen Karen's car at 12:45 because she was back at John's house at 12:36. But either way, what car is she talking about that he just got out of a couple hours ago? And then there's something else that I'm a little confused about too. You know, the Ford car, whatever kind of car it was, I don't remember, that later in the night was seen at that exact same spot where the body was found. Why was that car there? To hide that they were placing him there? Or why was that there? Yeah, the Ford Escape. Why was that? Because they've mentioned it several times, but I don't understand the tie-in to everything. Like, they didn't need it to transport the body because it was from in the house to there.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may consider the electronic communication side in your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do, Mr. Your turn.
Your Honor, with the permission, I asked that the January 20th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Some of the jurors.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
To my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56 or 58. Sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
No, that says from Coco to Jen.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The
Oh,
blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Oh.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom, Jadikistan is up! Kom the rabbi! Jadikistan is up! Jadikistan is up!
I should have played that here. She loves that clip.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian. I'm sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You can just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has
Mhm.
nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Yes, that can come into evidence.
48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Mr. Cape's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text,
Mhm.
who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes,
12:50 noon,
noon, yes,
just before 1 p.m.
yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes,
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is
Mhm.
D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them. And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions. Correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt
I wouldn't say directing.
whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but
Yeah.
it meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, told Matt.
And what is this?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What is it?
And handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the time stamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who's
Brian to Matt.
What's the time stamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text
Previous-
above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah. just says liked, so.
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and
What's the timestamp on this?
that is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
Of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes,
suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
we could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes,
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
yes,
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I use the word everything, it was, I meant it in the, telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes,
And the text reads what?
good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes,
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking anymore of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
That was a valid question because that's exactly what they were doing. That's why they separate them in different interrogation rooms at a police station. It's exactly what they should have done. It even said that in the camp police audit. Yes, exactly.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, recipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard, what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts Police, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Reporting back to other witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses.
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything. Correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. Okay, she could write a book. In other words, she's going on your split, correct? And you go back to other witnesses who were not privy to Miss Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates.
I don't know if it was in regard, is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. These are hard. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went, correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
She didn't need to see it. She always needs to see it.
Days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from.
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't.
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed.
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I marked for identification at this point, just only, sorry.
So the court reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCann?
Sure.
What did I miss? I was getting a snack.
Thank you.
May I continue? Location that's pinpointed on that page. Okay, we're telling me address. What do you reckon? You see in the call out box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
That was rude.
Pinpointed on that page.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on?
To at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location?
Yes. That is also 1:30, 2022.
StreamYard, quit being rude. We're watching that. Quit taking it off the screen.
Location on that page.
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1:30, 22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was pinpointed on that page.
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's home.
What's the date and time?
1:30, 2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael?
Multiple stop signs.
Okay,
And due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1:30, 2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1:30:22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear.
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come and go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that well, let me ask it this way. Denying you can stop by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that. Sure.
Look at that page, the top highlighted.
Mhm.
May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. In a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
Denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview.
We drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you maybe even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
All of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly.
After leaving Mike Lanks, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, juries, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes. We'll see you back. And this will be again if we just go home.
Right this way, jurors.
So, what did you guys think about that nefarious comment? There was nothing nefarious, she said. There's nothing nefarious about it. I didn't say there was anything nefarious about it. Why do you use that word? Because there was nothing nefarious about it. But why would you think to even say that? Because you're inferring that you're implying that there's something nefarious about it. No, I'm not. I just asked you. Why would you think he was implying something nefarious? If it wasn't nefarious. If it wasn't nefarious, why would you think he was implying it was nefarious? Does somebody have a guilty conscience? I can't talk. No. Is that the word? What's the word? Conscious. Is that it? Guilty conscience? Conscience. Why does that not sound right? Maybe I had too much of a rest yesterday. Oh, man. I'm still sleepy. It doesn't matter how much rest I get. That is one of the worst symptoms of fibromyalgia. Doesn't matter how much I rest. I'm just continually exhausted all the time. It's like she's the dumbest mastermind in the world. The dumbest person in the world to be the mastermind of this cover up, because she's so sensitive about every little question he asks. So it's obvious that she's trying to cover something up. The other people aren't anywhere near as suspicious as she is. I mean, you can tell with them that something's not right, but with her, it's like giant red flag. Like, Brian Albert, his testimony wasn't as nearly suspicious as hers. His biggest suspicious is he didn't come out of the house. Everything that comes out of Jen McCabe's mouth, though, is suspicious. And in the last trial, Carrie Roberts, she struck me as a nobody. I mean, I don't mean that the way it sounded, like not in a bad way, but like, hey, Idaho. But as almost somebody that, as far as Karen's guilt goes, almost as insignificant. Like more there to corroborate Jen's story of the events of that morning rather than the star witness. Whereas this time she felt like a very important, integral witness to the whole thing. And less so that Jen was important, although AJ is still getting the conspiracy vibes from her that he did last time. But after Carrie testified, I kind of went, oh no, what is going to happen? Are they still going to be able to impeach Jen's crazy story if Carrie's just gotten up there and told the whole story of discovering him the way they did and all of that? Is Jen's testimony going to be the same way so that they can impeach it like they did last time? So I was a little worried about her getting on the bench. And then I also, after reading that affidavit, I thought, what if she doesn't testify at all? But AJ's done a really good job with it. I don't know why I doubted him. I didn't doubt him. I just doubted. I knew her testimony was going to be different. As soon as Carrie Roberts got up there and she was like the star witness telling everything that happened that morning, I just knew that Jen was going to be totally different this time. But AJ has handled it well, very well, and has impeached her on quite a few points. And she started doing her, well, can I see it again? So that's good. I don't understand. What do you guys think? Is she just wanting to see it? Like she's saying, well, I've testified so many times. I've said it so many times. I don't remember my exact word. Like my answer is always going to be the same answer, but I don't remember my exact words. What do you guys think? Do you think she's not remembering her lies, so she wants to see the paper to remember her answer? Or do you think she really wants to know her exact words? Because she says, well, my answer will always be the same. Well, then just give your answer. He's not asking for your exact words. He's asking for your answer. So then you don't need to see it. I think that's her way of trying to get to see it when she doesn't need to see it. Like, I think she doesn't remember all the lies she's told. So she wants to see it in writing so she doesn't contradict herself on the stand. Yeah, I think so too, Carl. I think she wants to see what lies she told to whom before she says it on the stand. Because she knows that Jackson will kill her, not literally, but, make her toast on the stand. Ronnie, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to tell the truth. That's all you have to do. Like, why do you need to see your previous testimony? If you're telling the truth, you don't need that. You don't have, like, who is it? Is it Judge Judy that's like, if you're telling the truth, you don't need to remember anything because it's the truth. If you're lying, that's what you need to remember. When you're lying, you have to remember your lies. But if you're just telling the truth, you just tell the truth. The thing is that I still don't think, I mean, they may have had something planned. I don't know, maybe they didn't like Karen and there was some kind of intervention, like John was their friend and they wanted him to break up with her or something. I mean, I don't know what happened. Or maybe it had something to do with Colin. Maybe he was selling drugs or something and they wanted to make some kind of a deal with him and it turned ugly. Or maybe it was about Higgins and Karen. Who knows what happened in that house? I don't think it was planned. I mean, I guess it could have been planned, something, a talk, and it escalated into something else. I don't think they planned to murder the guy. Or it could have been unplanned in an accident but I don't know why they didn't just call 911 and say, we were having a party and this happened and next thing I know he fell and hit his head, whatever. I don't know why they felt they had to do this big conspiracy thing and try to blame it on Karen. So I'm not going to say, oh, they did it on purpose. They meant to do it all the whole time and blame it on Karen. I'm not going to say that because I have no idea. But that's not why they're having a trial. They're having a trial to decide whether or not she did it. And so I don't think we need to try to figure out what really happened. I think all we need to do is say there's reasonable doubt that she did it. And the fact that they're lying and trying to cover up stuff and being so shady, I think that's enough to put reasonable doubt on her. Who does that? Nobody else does that. Nobody else has done that in this trial. Even other people that we know are lying. And between trials, I watched something. I don't know. There's so many documentaries now because Karen won't shut up, which aggravates me. I think she didn't do it, but I also think she's stupid because you don't go talk to every news outlet that asks you when you're on trial for murder. That's dumb. But I did hear that, I don't remember which one it was, that Higgins and Brian Albert's phones, the order that was done to preserve the phones, and they got rid of their phones before that order. Kevin Albert, Brian's brother, found out about the order and told them. That's how they got rid of their phones before they got the order. It was like the day before the order, they got the order to preserve their phones was when they destroyed it. So their excuse is, oh, well, we didn't get the order till the next day and we'd already done it. But that's because it got leaked to them from Kevin Albert. Dang, I wish I could remember which documentary that was on. So it was leaked by a Canton cop, which is another reason why Canton wasn't supposed to be part of the investigation. And the Ford Escape that was seen in the middle of the night, right where John's body was found the next morning. I still don't understand anything because it wasn't like they had to move the body with a car, like, because it was in the house right there. So did they put it there to block excuse me. Did they put it there to block the view when they brought him out and put him in the yard? I don't know. And I still want to know why Jen McCabe said that on the 911 call about, oh, he got out of the car a couple hours ago. What car is she talking about? And it's more than a couple hours. It's like 6 hours later. I mean, the whole thing is just bizarre. This is the most bizarre case ever. Yeah, I guess. I guess they could have done that. It just seems like a short distance that you wouldn't need a car, but he was a big guy. But Runkle saying if she wanted to get them there as fast as possible, she only had to say one word, cop. She could have said nothing but cop down, and they would have been there ASAP. And then the person in Peter's chat that was like, didn't she stop to think maybe there was an axe murderer in the house? No, she just barged right into a totally dark, totally quiet house with all the commotion on the front yard and a dead body. There could have been a murderer still inside that house. And I'm surprised my little true crime fan heart didn't think about that. Because that would be not even true crime, my slasher movie heart. Because that would be exactly what would happen in a slasher movie, right? Find somebody on the lawn dead. First responders show up. Police go in the house and they all get killed. Michael B. got them all. Or Jason. Or Freddy. Or whoever. No, they won't ever. They won't ever find the real killers. I mean, find. You know what I mean. Because who was it that said it? I was talking. I can't remember who said it. I think it was Peter. That after you. Okay, so if she's acquitted, but she's been tried twice, after 2 trials, and then people know that they've already tried somebody else twice, it automatically introduces reasonable doubt. So they're never going to be able to convict anybody else. And I think Mark Betterow and Peter yesterday when they were talking on his show, said that by now the jury knows that there was a first trial because it's been said too much. Because, like, they'll say trial, and then Bev will call them all up to sidebar, and they're getting admonished for the word trial being said. Even if it was the witness that said it and not them, they're still being reminded that you can't say the word trial. So they're changing it and saying proceeding, in a prior proceeding. Or you testified plea. But it's already out there. The jurors have already heard it. So, I can't remember if it was Mark Betterow or Peter, but they said that you might as well go ahead and stipulate to the jury that there was another trial before this one, but to make like a stipulation or like give a jury instruction that it doesn't matter that there was a previous trial. It should have no bearing on the outcome of this trial, and that you don't need to know the specifics of it, that it's not relevant, and to just disregard the fact that there was a previous trial. I don't know if that would work necessarily, but they said at this point they might as well. I know. You know, there is a story. There's a YouTube channel that I love called Watcher, and they have this segment called Are You Scared? And when it started, one guy would read a story to his friend. It's Ryan Bergara and Shane Madej. It's their YouTube channel. So Ryan would read a story to Shane, and at the end of the story, he would have to guess if it was real or imagined. And they stopped doing that, and then they started doing all fiction stories. And I hate it because I loved it. I loved it when it was like, ooh, did this really happen or not? But there was one story, and it scared the mess out of me because it was real. But of course, you didn't know that till the end of the story. It was about a guy who came home from work. He had just moved to the area, got a new job. He was renting this house, and he got home from work. He worked like evening shift. So he went home, and the house he was renting, he didn't smoke, and the people that owned the house didn't want anybody to smoke in the house or anything. And he noticed there were like cigarette butts outside of the house. And he thought that was weird because he didn't smoke. No one was allowed to smoke in the house, and the people that owned the house didn't smoke. So if they'd been there working or something, there shouldn't have been any cigarette butts around. So he goes inside, goes to bed, and then he starts hearing noises in the house. And he realizes that someone is in the house. And the details, I can't do all the details, but scary AF. Oh my God. And he ends up getting into his bedroom closet and climbing up into the attic. And he just barely gets up in the attic before the guy figures out where he is. And he ends up being able to get his phone up there with him and call 911. And by the time the cops get there, the guy's long gone. But it is such a scary story, and it actually happened. So, it's on the YouTube channel Watcher, and it's in the section Are You Scared? If you guys want to listen to it, because that is a scary. I think Mr. Ballin actually did a story on it too. Mr. Ballin, that's another really good YouTube channel. There's another similar one like that where you can find this story all over the place. These two girls, their mom had died, and they were having a really, really hard time. They kept telling their dad that they heard things in the wall, and they thought they had done like a Ouija board, I think, trying to talk to their mom. So, or something like that, or a seance, something. And at first they thought that it was their mom they were hearing, and their dad was getting like really upset with them. He'd had them in therapy and stuff, but he was like getting really upset. And it ended up that it was a guy in the walls of their house. And he ended up killing somebody, not them, but he did end up killing somebody in another house where he did the same thing. So it's real, y'all. It does really happen in real life. It's not just slasher movies. So it really could have happened, and she just barged into a totally dark house, dark, quiet house that wasn't being aroused by all the commotion on the front lawn and a dead guy on the front lawn. It could have been. It absolutely could have been, and she didn't even think. She just bopped up the stairs and, Nicole, Brian. Well, one of yesterday's, or day before yesterday, one of their breaks went super long because Paul O'Keefe got in trouble. So. Paul got in trouble for glaring at Karen. So they made him move out of her eyesight or eye line, whatever, sight line. And I think he said something to some of the witnesses or something. And so then they put him in the back row. Well, did you listen to Peg's testimony, Carla? It was, my daughter died of cancer, and then her husband died, and then dear sweet John, that was a cop and a wonderful man, took those kids in. And then there's Paul. She won't even sit next to him in court. And I 100% believe that she did not like Karen. And I think that, yeah, Paul's over there. I think that I think she wanted to believe that Karen did it. And I don't doubt that she said what she said to Karen, what Karen said she said. I don't doubt that. And I think Jen McKay put that in her head too. And I think that she jumped on it and went, oh, Karen killed my baby, my wonderful good son that took in my grandkids. And still, Paul still is not taking in those kids. And he has a wife and children, and that would be the perfect place for those kids. But no, Paul's in court. First off, Paul is suing. Why is Paul suing? Angelica. Paul is suing. Why is Paul suing? Why does Paul need any money? Because his brother died. Wasn't someone? Why? Why does he need to sue? Yes, he is suing for wrongful death, but why? What has John's death crippled him financially at all? What has it done to him? Now, doing, I understand that. That's fun. Paul isn't during the trial. He's using the trial to pick up chicks. I don't know. Get on the stand how long too long. Yeah, it was a joke, but it's not place. Your son's a murder trial. Okay, y'all, you can come back anytime now. on, StreamYard. I wanted a lot of kids, but I'm very glad I didn't have any. Not sure I would have been a really good mom. I'm kids, but having my own children 24/7, I'm not sure that would have been a good idea. Come on, any day now. I wonder what Jen's doing. Well, dang, y'all. How long are you going to be? I bet they're arguing something with her. I'm getting bored. I've run out of things to talk about. Now I'm losing my voice. I'm losing my voice. Oh my gosh. I had a whole day off yesterday. Why am I losing my voice? You guys hear my voice? It's all squeaky and crackly. Oh, Idaho, thank you. No, I don't think she did it. No, I think your opinion is valid, Carla. I just don't see her that way, but I don't have kids either. I well, now it won't even show me your comment just because I tried to put it on the screen and it won't let me, and it won't even let me see it now. But facts, yeah, like the facts are he wasn't hit by a car, but I guess she didn't like it put two of me on the screen. What in the heck? Stupid thing. I didn't break the internet. StreamYard did it. And so someone Karen suggested that Karen did it, and that was all she heard, and then she just stuck with that. Yard, what is the deal?
Let's go to the session. Please be seated.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
Maybe she couldn't afford to send her there without John's paycheck. I don't know why StreamYard is just being so bad today.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Mike moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking.
Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document?
Okay.
You should see some highlights on that January 29th. Couple of minutes in length.
So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you,
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with?
Right.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:50?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes,
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking. So this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I, again, don't remember the time.
A phone call from, with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why it's so bad today.
Two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object in form, I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're at
Well,
the record.
then that'll speed things along. I
The
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objections.
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank
It
you.
doesn't matter if she
I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with January 29th. You see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
On the same record, a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes,
take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there?
Yes.
In your home as well?
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following. And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, correct? When he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, if I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
Why can't you ask someone if they're lying? I mean, if they didn't want her to go and she really wanted to go, they could have done a GoFundMe. I'm sure. She could have had people all over the world sending her money. Her friend got in too, so she probably would have wanted to go to be with her friend. I kind of have a feeling it was more, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. I was going to say it probably was more Peggy didn't want her to go, but I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it could be because of John dying. I don't know. Hey, Terry. Man, I miss Judy. But I hope she's having a good time. I know my pinning ceremony was so much fun, but man, it is draining. You got ceremonies. I'm so glad I didn't have a big wedding. There's something about ceremonies that just drain you. It's just all that adrenaline and excitement, and it was an all day thing because first we did the pinning ceremony and then we had like the real like, cap and gown graduation part. Exhausting.
Next question.
Yeah. Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
Oh, he
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you say, deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
No, it hasn't, Bev. She didn't answer that.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26. Okay.
How does he keep his cool when the judge just blatantly lies?
Yes. Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
Didn't answer that.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
And 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
That's totally
Yes.
that's on the stand. Okay.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. Unknown indicates that said 30 seconds it was answered.
I don't know from answered, but I know from my memory I spoke to him. Yes.
I made a call moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute. What's your explanation?
I think going back and forth to the door, I was texting, I think I put my phone in my pocket, called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Inadvertently called him once. 7 times, according to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very.
Is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yeah. Yes.
And that I required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
of times a day.
Yeah.
You can't open the phone app. Phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I don't.
Phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that-
Maybe the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, we approach.
Okay?
Go get her, AJ. You tell Bev. Hey, woman, let me do my job. I wonder how much trouble he would get in if he did that. Peter said he would say something to her because she made that one comment. When he was questioning Jen, he said something, and Bev said the answer was argumentative, so was the question. She just answered in kind. I'm gonna allow it, or something like that. And Peter said that was inappropriate, and if it was him, he would have said something to her. And I was thinking, yikes. I don't know. I don't think I'd say anything. Because that judge has a world of influence. And you gotta try to keep your client out of prison for the rest of her life. I don't want to piss off the judge. Judy elbow dials me. She's done it. She did it twice this week or last week.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the record show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50. Correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
Oh, I didn't think she was going to answer. Thought she was going to give him the runaround again.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused. Are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record
Google is not
many,
just
many
an
times
expression.
about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You indicated that you were
Heard that enough. This
Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about ozone.
She has a shirt that was made for the Free Kieran Reed movement. She has it because there's a picture of her online wearing it. And it's Google. It has all the Google things in the cold. She actually bought one of those shirts, or someone bought it for her. There's a picture of her wearing it on the internet. She knows it was Google.
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time.
Oh, baloney, you know what time it was.
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
Liar,
And what you learned afterwards
lying
was
liar that
there
lies.
was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
Oh my God.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert
Oh my
to know
God.
that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those were
that.
the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you to search 227 a.m. on your phone.
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 227 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 227?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
I did not see this coming. She is just gonna flat out deny that she made it at 2:27. I mean, she's always flat out denied, but I mean, like deny that this is even
If Ms. Little wants to keep
a
looking.
topic of discussion. She's gonna pretend like this never even came. She's never heard this before in her life. I can't believe she's doing this. Why am I surprised? I should not be surprised at this. She's acting like this is the first she's ever heard of this.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get some up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor.
This would be such a different trial if there was a different judge. I don't think we'd be here again if it was a different judge. Crap. Well, didn't get rid of my audio this time, just the screen share audio. Oh, StreamYard, behave, please. This is like the most important trial of the year, and you decide today to screw up.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to know what the contents of the Google search.
Yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m.? That there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to die in cold. Correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Mr. Cave, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done? At some point for Hoslong to die in cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that?
Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different. Hoslong to die in cold? Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 227 the
What are you doing?
O'Keefe.
Stop,
Now-
please.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, 2 iterations. Correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that. You also testified that at the time you Google searched those at you, shaking you to Google hype.
Yes.
Okay? You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her days
Following January 29th, correct?
Yes. We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
Okay, there's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were during her, just before her testimony, that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware of that statement? Been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Why?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Why? Why? I hate they don't give grounds for objections. Why is that objectionable? Here. The thing I've been waiting most for, and StreamYard is just dumping on my dreams today. StreamYard, get it together, man, or woman, or whatever you are. I know you're software, you're not human.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
That last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client.
Bye, Bev.
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search.
What cameras were where?
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Yeah, and asked if you knew where the cameras
Correct.
were.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes. hmm
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts, right?
Yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared.
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black.
Yes,
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
she wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need,
McCabe,
it was said, Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I need to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Existing. Why?
Have you
Is
ever
it the
been confronted
Form of question?
with having
Why does he
deleted
say it
a
wrong?
Google search off your phone?
This is why I need to be
Did
a
you ask
lawyer.
that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I never
deny
did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to
Then
the
how-
time
why
of
is
about
it was deleted
6:03 in the
then,
morning Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
Good, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms.
I could
Reed?
hear.
I'm not sure. Could I listen?
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
That's thought along to that you are not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a
Can
bad
you
question
not
on my
say
part.
yes
Let me
or
see if I
no,
can reframe
woman?
that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission.
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do. Yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is. No.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth.
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr.
By
Wolk.
the wrong name this whole trial. Worried.
You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
We'll go ahead and play it.
That dumb, she knows a big word. Yep, that'll do it.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Run on D22, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolt, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was the most engaged clip with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
When Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a park and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911 measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important. Again, when I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you
wanted
didn't
help
say,
there.
and you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, "Does anybody know CPR?" And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think, yeah, correct.
And none of you are paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with.
Do you guys hear that when the screen goes purple? Did you guys hear any of that? I'm going to back it up because that was good.
First responder.
StreamYard, knock it off.
Someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress. Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or?
Damn it.
Okay, let me
StreamYard.
narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go. You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to.
That moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that.
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
You still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important, and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions.
Calling,
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house in seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
Impressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right? So let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on.
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once. You think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She
Carla, you may have missed it, but I have been making this point all morning. Have I not said this? That same point this morning, like twice, and then I did a post about it yesterday.
Crime. Right then and there. You saw the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern when safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight.
Oh, come on. I don't understand this.
And how long?
Unbelievable. He has been watching YouTube. What do you guys think? What was the first thing he said? And I was like, oh, he's been watching Runkle? Well, dang, I forgot it already. The cop thing. How can you get them there? How can you get them there? By saying cop. And then she says, no, I don't think that would make them get there any faster. Yes, it would have. It absolutely would have. And then the other thing about maybe there was still a murderer in the house. That's why they weren't coming outside because something had happened to him. Man. That was good. That was good. I enjoyed that, except for StreamYard being cuckoo in the middle of it. But that was good. That was exactly what I posted. That thought did not come from any of the lawyers, though. That thought came from someone in Peter Tragos's chat. But I think Peter might have put that on the screen. I don't know if he commented on it. But I just remember thinking, wow, why didn't that even cross my mind? Because that makes perfect sense. What other reason would there be not to come out of the house if all that was happening on your yard? You're not able to come out of the house. And you got a dead guy on the lawn, totally quiet house, no lights, and all this commotion going on. That's because something happened to you inside the house and you can't come out. And absolutely, he had said an off-duty cop. Even an off-duty cop, they still... Ian even said if they had calls and one was like an active shooter or something like that, they still would have gone to the cop down with the boo-boo, he said. They still would have gone to... I don't know about that, but... Not poo-poo. Boo-boo. There was somebody in the trial. It was one of the kids of the members. She started to say, John wasn't even there when Colin was there, or something like that. Colin wasn't even there when John was there. Something to that effect. And she shot away. She didn't finish the sentence. But it was that's what this is going to be. To say they weren't there at the same time. But the story was, I know my lips and my audio's not right. I can see it. StreamYard can't put it. But that was the point of what she was about to say, was that they weren't there at the same time. And the story was supposed to be that John wasn't there at all. And I can't remember which it did it. But I don't remember what happened with that statement. ignored it or something. I don't remember, but no. Okay, well, let's take a short break and eat some lunch. Let me less stream, and then maybe when we come back, it will be behaving better. I'll clean the computer and delete cookies and that kind of thing too. So maybe it'll run better when we come back. So, guys, at 1:45. Bye. Have a good lunch.